hell yeah. What's up, Toot? It's been a while. How you doing, my Tootius friend? Tootius. My music is like way too loud on my side. There we go. Okay. Let's best way to start my Monday. I agree. I am half asleep right now, but I am here. Just gonna open some files and then I'll be ready. Natal B style. The way to start your Mondays or being sleepy. Because both are probably true. I guess we'll just start with this and see how we go. Hello. I'll probably do this. There we go. What are y'all doing? We can say both, but I was talking about Monday morning streams. There you go. Yeah. How's it going? How you doing? How's life? Thunder. Ooh, Thunder's got a new profile picture. Yes, we have the Hodl. Axolotl? Axolotl, that's why I couldn't remember what I named it. Fire Gizzard. Indeed. Yeah, it finally freaking approved. The freaking laugh one hasn't approved yet though, and that makes me sad. Because I'm really happy with that one. But, you know, here we are. Yeah. Welcome on in. Welcome in, Thunder. Welcome in, Toot. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what I'm doing today. Kind of like yesterday. I'm just kind of like a weird point where, I mean, I guess I could work on some army stuff. I could tweak some of the artwork still. It's really not that necessary, but we could redo Inferno. It kind of looks meh. But it's just like a lot of the stuff though, it's just like, is this even really like any sort of priority? Like Inferno's the only car that I'm just like, this looks mediocre. The fire just doesn't look that good. Dang it, we have an Axolotl emote? We sure do, dude. We had to nix the standing desk one, but no one was using that anyway. Not the redeem, but the emote, because we were like, oh, we have this, may as well throw it in there. And I'm the first to use it. I did use it on someone else's stream, on Fig's stream, but you know. But yeah, you are probably the first to use it on our stream. Yeah, and we have the freaking laugh one pending, but like look at this guy. Look at this one. Technicalities. Yeah. Look at this guy. Just hasn't approved yet. I'm obsessed with it. I'm sorry. I should stop showing it to everyone. But anyway, I just feel happy with the animation. But yeah, we could work on Inferno. I want to make it look nicer. We could just go through and like tweak some of the arts. There's some like texture stuff that I don't like on some of them that just looks too, I keep creating new cards by accident. There's just like some of the repeating pattern looks meh, but the same time, no one else is bothered by it, so I'm like, should I even bother? You know, here we are. Otherwise, I mean, we might just maybe just play the game. Play some armies, just hang out, and I'll play it, and you guys can just chill. Or we could do more stream improvement stuff. I did start work on, I was redoing the wave because I wasn't happy with it. I wanted like a little bit more going on with it, but you know, let's do that. And I see how the new changes have affected it, or have you play tested the new way? I've play tested rework wave. I have play tested it once. Me and my mom played it. That was fun. It felt really good. But yeah, that's basically what we would be doing, is just seeing how the changes worked, because everything is live on the beta version of it. Which did remind me, I just want to go like this. Beta cards. Mama Beats is so supportive. She really is. She is the best. Only like half of these aren't beta cards anymore. If we just export this though, and we go export, and then we go, I think if we do this, generate tabletop simulator file, and we create the JSON, it just re-updates this, and then we can not have to, then all the text will look good. Not that we'll be using these, but honestly, only like, I probably should make more beta cards. I mean, maybe that could be something we do if you guys want to design cards together. Because it is like one of those things that like I have it as a thing you can buy on Patreon, right? Like you can buy, or you know, if you subscribe, you do get access to beta cards, and currently there are 3. There's the Spellblade, which you can discard a card to make an attack, which is kind of cool. I guess River is, yeah, it reduces the requirements by 1. Why is the this isn't right. This little icon shouldn't be here unless there's one of these here. I don't know why that's like that. It's probably the spreadsheet's messed up. And then there's the Church, which players gain 1 unit before getting attacked by a monster, which is pretty strong, honestly. Remove 4 units from this card, swap your gods. I still feel like that's kind of weird, swapping your gods out. And then Arcane Construct's pretty cool. Place a spell as if it were a hero, structure, or land. You may place 1 to 6 units on this card. Units may not be removed from this card. This card is played, disable a card of your choice. But yeah. So we only have like 1 of each type of cards, which it probably should be like a full set, like 2 heroes. Well, like, I guess that doesn't actually matter. It is a full set, never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking. Technically we could have more though. I feel like just 1 of each type of cards isn't really that much. because all these are just in the base game now. So yeah. We could introduce some more cards. We could also work on, not work on, well, kinda. We could do potentially another god. I gotta actually look at what our let's see, let's pull it up. Could work on adding like one more card to the deck, and I don't know exactly what that would be, but I kind of like the idea of having the base deck have exactly 80 cards. Right now it has 79, which I feel like is just a weird number. And the old god deck also has 80 cards, so I feel like it would be, you know, good to have 80 and 80. But that's just like, if you were to sell it, right, it would make sense to have making room for expansion sets. That's basically what the beta is. But I think if like I were to sell this, right, like the base game would be the base game would be 80 cards, right? 79 cards just feels weird. But yeah, basic idea is, you know, the beta here would be, of course, again, I wonder if I should just remove some of these on here, or we could go ahead and make like 12 different cards. So yeah, I mean, those are the things we could do. I probably shouldn't work on beta cards because it's just not that important. But you know, again, it's like, how close is the close to finish the base game? Wait, how close to finish is the base game already? Yeah, that's a great question. It's kind of, I mean, I feel like it's pretty close. But you never know what pops up, right? Like it's there's always something. I think I've fixed all the major problems with the mechanics. But it's kind of hard to tell. Because the last real remaining problem was just like inconsistency in game length, and hopefully now that's fixed with the new minion mechanic. Just open the game. Steam lets me. But yeah, I mean, in theory, we're close to done. It's, yeah, stacking minions. It definitely helps a lot. It does probably make the game slightly easier, but I don't know. I still think it feels good to me. And if we want to make the game harder, we can always make harder old gods, right? That's always an option. Honestly, they could draw like an insane number of minions now if we really wanted to. That could be an interesting thing to play around with. But to be fair, I've only really played this one. I haven't really ever played any of the other gods. I think they're good to have, but I'd mostly play the base one just so I can understand the balance of the game. Because it's like, if I I really the game should be balanced around null. Side notes, thoughts as pretzels as a snack. Like, do I think they're good or do I think that they're a snack? Because they're definitely a snack. So I guess how good I think they are. They're not something I would typically choose, but I do like them. Like, I don't usually go rank pretzels on a snack tier list. I guess in that, like a B. Like, I don't like, and it's nothing against pretzels. It's just I usually wouldn't choose pretzels as like, I wouldn't go to the store and be like, yeah, that's something I want to grab, you know? But sometimes I'm in the mood for them. Did this actually update? It didn't? I don't know. They're great snack, giant fresh bake out of the oven with chunks of salt. Do you have a sodium addiction? Do you not have the craving for sourdough and sodium? Not typically, sort of. I don't know. I do like them. I actually really like the thin ones that you can get, like the little pretzel thins. Those are good. I also like the flip side pretzel crackers. Those are really good too. I don't know, I just usually don't like go to a store and go like, that's the one I want. That's what I need. Well, I've been trying to not buy as many snacks lately, so. My like snack of choice is like some dried fruit lately. I do have a salt problem. I do too, honestly, but it's mostly in my like normal food. I guess I don't know. Dried mangoes are insane. Yeah, I love dried mangoes. Dried mangoes and dried cherries. I usually have some of those on hand. What was I talking about before I got derailed? I'm just kidding. All right, minions. Yeah, no, I mean, I think everything's gonna... The main problems that we were having was the card draw problem. Eventually you got to one card in your hand, and then you just had, you know, you just like, you get one hand, you get a card, you play the card, right? When you were doing draw 3, or draw 1, play 3, and instead we did a draw 2, play 2. So that fixed that problem. And then we did the minion stacking thing. So now they're, you know, that should solve the minion problem. So in theory, the biggest thing that is left is just like balancing until I like find some other deep-seated flaw with the game, you know? Me too. I've considered getting a salt lick for my desk. Just get one of those like pink Himalayan salt crystal lamps and just lick it every now and then. I like the idea of making booster sets, new gods with a stack of replaceable cards. Yeah, I agree. Question on new cards. Do they just add or do you replace cards with new cards? I think it could be either. I think you could just either kind of like, you know, Star Realms or something like that. You just either add them to the existing pile, or you could It'd be either, right? I guess either add them into your existing deck, or you could replace some, because technically there is like an idea for deck building that might have to be figured out. That might be like another one of the big things that need to be figured out for before version 1 is done. But deck building, I think, is like an optional thing. The thing with deck building is it does make you more powerful, but I think the idea would be you get less cards to work with, right? So like, instead of having a deck of 72 that you're never going to play all the way through, you would have like half that, and maybe you would run out of cards eventually. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, but like defining those rules exactly are interesting. But that's something like I can't really do anything about until we get to like a point where I'm oh, all right, I'm tired. We can't really do anything about until, you know, I've play tested the game enough to understand it, to like understand what needs to be done, right? I'll change this to game dev because we're not really arting. At least for now. Run out and lose, or just play with what's on the table. I think you play with, once you run out, you just can't play anymore, right? So you would go until the game is over. But in theory, the old god would still be drawing minions and stuff, so you could potentially be at a standstill. I don't know. That's like a theoretical thing, because I've never had that happen. You know, I've never tried it before. I mean, the idea of the game is entropy, right? Like, so eventually you'd run out of stuff and then just try to overcome it and win. But you know, likely if you're at that point, you're probably gonna lose. But I haven't really ever gotten that far. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about what we're gonna do. Now we're gonna decide on. So today, we can either tweak card art. We could play test the game. We could make beta cards. Beta cards? Yeah, sorry. Or we could, there was one other thing. What was the other thing? You ever thought about making an AI for the God's turn? Sort of. I've thought about using scripting and stuff for certain things. I mean, that could be like the way I go with this. The thing is, like, I could either go in here and like try to do scripting for stuff, like, you know, you place a card and it draws all the appropriate number of units next to it and each turn, and have like an end turn button and do all that. But I feel like if I'm going to make that in Tabletop Simulator, I may as well make the game completely from scratch in a in something like Unity or Unreal, because I may as well be able to sell the game if I'm going to go through that much effort, right? Because if I make it in here, it's just going to be too, like, I can't market it, and there's really no point. But it is on the like list of potential things, right? Like, what's next is, you know, AE the video game potentially. I mean, the cool part about it is like all I would need to do is learn. This sounds like I'm oversimplifying it. All I need to do is learn how to code, right? And then the game is already made. Like, I don't need a design document because the game is just done. I just have to make what I've already made. Like, I have a perfect blueprint to create a digital game. Granted, there would be like probably a Slay the Spire like, you know, progression system or like inscription or something like that, right? Where you would have something like that, but you know, but that is a thought for sure. What was the other thing? Oh, I guess just stream improvements. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have a preference on what I do? Because yeah, I could tweak some card art, which is basically just drawing, which is not gonna be that interesting of drawing, but it is something that I probably want to do before I get it fully reprinted. Like, because I would like to go on like Game Crafter and get this game printed for real. That'd be pretty cool. We could just do a playtest. You could just watch me play the game, right? We can make beta cards, which is probably the most interesting thing to do, but probably the least relevant. I always enjoy you watching you draw, so tweaking art is my vote. Okay. And then stream improvements, we probably would be doing something art related, like drawing emotes or whatever, but this probably goes in order of most highest priority to lowest, except actually this is probably like here instead. Because making beta cards is probably the least productive thing. It should be done, but there's at least enough in there right now, especially because like the whole current update of the game is in the beta, whereas, you know, whatever. Art is just fine. All right, we'll do art then. You've convinced me. Let's start with Inferno, because I think it is the most, the card I'm least happy with. Somehow I'm more happy with Abyss, which is just like nothing, than Inferno, which is just like, I just don't like how it's like a bunch of just like random flames. So let's just go. Let's look at that one. I think I'm becoming an actual streamer because we've gotten to a point where I just yap for like half an hour before I even do anything. I'm pretty sure that's a sign of being a true streamer, you know? You yap and we're here for it. The yap is the best part. It's the tastiest, you know? Nope, wrong. We want old god. We want old gods. No, we don't want old gods. We want land. God, I really need to rename all these folders. There's really no reason I haven't. At least in here. Land should be called Wasteland. Sorry, a lot of my folders are just not named correctly anymore. They're like, it's like, this is called land. It's like, it's not wetland, it's wastelands. This is the old name when I just didn't. And this should just be monsters. Can you use slashes in folders? No. We can do an ampersand though. There we go. Now I'll be less confused. We want Inferno. How about fire tornado during the Kiloan mountain fire? We got oh god, sorry. This thing just opened over my chat. Hold on. Hold. Kelowna. Sorry. I think that's right. We got to see fire tornadoes flying over the mountains. Yep. Okay, cool. That's pretty sick. I was thinking of looking at like, yeah, some sort like an actual reference, because it's so funny looking at these without the back, because it's like that looks terrible, and then it looks less bad with the. Technically, it's this one, right? But I don't know why this is here. And this is the texture thing I'm talking about. What do you guys think of this? Does this look bad to you, this texture? Obviously, there's no context for it, but when it's just like a giant swath of like it being very, very repetitive, I think it looks bad. Because I was replacing some of that on older cards with like a nicer looking texture, but I think it only bothers me, but I don't know. It just feels very repetitive, and it's like too small of a texture. Let's just look up fire, like wildfire. How do you make it look different? It looks like firelight on the ground. Let me show you the difference between... Let me grab my tablet here. Courtesy of our good friend Toots. Actually, you know, let me do this. Let me just show you the difference between the textures. I think it is literally just a me problem, but so it's kind of worse when there's like when it's lighter. I don't know. That, right? See how this texture is like very repeating? You can see the pattern in it versus my new shading brush, which is that. Much more random. That's the difference, right? I think this looks much cleaner and nicer, whereas this just kind of looks like very like repetitious. Yeah, like your new shading brush. Me too. Like it's this pattern just looks too digital and like computery, right? Because it's very same. It's okay if you use this in like moderation, right? Like if I do like a few little like if I do a few little like bits of it, right? But it can't be I was gonna ask if there was a way to make it more random. The second way would be better. Yeah, I mean, potentially there's a way to like randomize the pattern. But I'd like this is the new brush I made. It's, you know, this one's like actual crayon texture. I took a, I was wondering if I could show you. Yeah, I literally just drew on a thing, and it's that texture, and I put it on a Photoshop brush. Yeah, I took a picture of that. Of course, I like smoothed it out a little bit so there's less like really obvious stuff, but I took a section that it wasn't like super you know, whatever. So dang artsy, man. Thank you. Yeah, I mean that's the whole like the whole style was very like it's a crayon style, right? It's all based off of that. I also have glitter brushes. Oh wait, it doesn't really look good when they're not colored. Wait, why is it? Why you do that? Oh, because I'm on smudge brush. Oh, interesting. That was actually kind of an interesting effect, though. There you go. That was a photo scan of glitter. Sorry, kitten. I scared you. I know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have cat hair all over the shirt. It's a bad choice to wear a white shirt with a black cat. I'll tell you what. This guy puts the mixed in mixed media. Sometimes. Sometimes I do. But yeah, this is in the story I originally made all this sort of like style for glitter was magic. And so I wanted to make a glitter brush. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so you like the new texture. I'm not crazy then. All right, I think the background and whatever are fine. I don't dislike the colors per se. This is, but you can see the texture now that I pointed out, right? Like, and I'll redo that, but is someone texting me? Sort of. Okay. Let's say try out the new texture. I know it's just to fix your itch, but I do think you'd like it. Well, I've tried it on other cards. I just like I've done it with a lot of the newer stuff, right? Like if you look at, I don't know, this one or like this one, or I think I redid like these guys. I think it looks a lot better. It's just like, do I really go through every single card and fix like the issues, right? Like this, you know, you can see it in here. I think you're right though. I think I'd like it better, but it's also like, am I the only person who cares is basically what I was getting at, you know? Yeah. It's mostly covered by text box. It's very true. Yeah. So like part of me is like, does it even matter? So I'm looking at references of, so it's just more you. I know. I'm looking at like mountain wildfires. Of course, a wildfire typically has something that is burning, right? Like trees. A lot of smoke, so maybe I should try to do more smoke too. And the scale of the fire is like way too big, right? Like a fire doesn't look like that from a distance, right? It's just like giant big old flames, which is like, okay, that's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, look at fires at night, you can't see the trees as well. Yeah, there's a lot of like, here, I'll just pull this over here. You know, something like that, right? Sorry, like that, or like this. But like the shape of the fire you don't really see, right? So that's the interesting part. And this is like a cartoony style, so how do you represent this, right, is kind of the question. I think I do it more like just the smoke and then light the smoke like fire, right? Is kind of the way to do it. Almost like a explosion. What card is this based off of? So if you didn't know, all the wastelands are based off of lands of the player cards. Mostly because I ran out of time, but also partly because I thought it was cool. It's based off the desert. I was just kind of looking at the shape of it. So yeah, you can see that they're the same. It's just one's whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go with smoke, I think. And then just have like, I'm gonna start with the smoke first, and that will motivate where the fire is, I suppose. We almost could even... Sorry, my kitten's just sitting here and wagging her little tail. Hello, Palaris? You can tell me if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm very bad at saying words. Very dyslexic. Hi, have a nice day. You as well. Thank you for stopping by. Twitch, say hi to YouTube. I would say spray paint reds and yellows, make it a little white. Not so much making a fire gift, but colored in, if that makes sense. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Well, what I'm basically thinking, we'll just rough this out real quick. Essentially, you know, I would do a cloud. Doesn't look good. Like a cloud of smoke, right? And then this looks terrible. You get the idea. And then at the bottom, I would, you know, make it fire colors. And then it kind of transitions into, you know, smoke kind of deal. YouTube beeps. There you go. I was gonna say the combined chat is working, right? Yeah, okay, cool. But yeah, that's the idea. I think we'll see how it looks. I'm just trying to figure out what these why these layers are so weird. This is the fire. This is old fire. I didn't name any of these files. I was like, ain't nobody got time for that. Okay. Let's... Let's make fire. Yeah. Oh, you want out? Okay. Be free. Okay. Oh, whoa. guess that goes over. Oh, I get it now. Okay. We're just gonna throw this all the way there because it's in the way. Okay. All right, now we've got a clean slate to work with here. Okay, so first is like a smoke plume. I think maybe we even just like make it bigger than. Maybe I should just do a. Well, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say maybe I should do a sketch, but. It's hard to actually do organic shapes. Let's turn on the card border so we know where it is. And maybe a smaller one here. Maybe? Or maybe I should just only do one. I don't know. Let's start with one, and then if we want to do a second one, we can. I need less line work. Smoke would seem spray paint kind of thing. Yeah, I think the line work is just to kind of show myself the where this is going to be. I might not even have it in the end. It definitely won't be black. I'll tell you that much. This is just sort of to inform what I'm doing with this. Let's do a gray. It's not looking good yet, but trust the process. Freaking music gets me hype every time. I know, right? This is the one that goes hard, right? Yeah. A score to settle. It's definitely a good one. There's always one hype song in each of the albums that that guy does. I don't think I like this part here. Yeah. I have an idea of how I'm gonna do this, but maybe we'll see if it actually works or not. And you said like a spray paint sort of thing, which I could do like a different brush, but my only worry is like if I do 2 different of brushes, it might end up looking too different of a style, right? So the thought here is then we use our texture brush. I'm trying to think what color to shade this. It might even be probably just a really dark gray, like a 90% gray. I think I will have to tint this. Yo, Anonymous, sup, dude? How you doing? Might want to think of a slightly lighter than the dark gray on the underside where the fire will be reflecting on the smoke. Yeah, for sure. Good man, arting away. Nice. Yeah, let's get the fire kind of color in there. Because I think the fire is kind of down here. And then, yeah, we'll have to... We might just do like a overlay sort of layer to kind of do that. I do need these old colors here. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. I'm sure this is one of the colors on my color palette, but... Hydrate. Yo, what's up, Fig? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm also gonna call that a posture check because my posture is bad. Yo, is that Fig? I mean, that's who redeemed the hydrate. What's poppin'? Something for sure. We're working on some card, reworking some card art. Not sure I'm feeling this quite yet, but I'm trying to find the blend between realism and cartoony, you know? I've been lurking while working. Heck yeah. We do like a good lurking work, you know? The old lurking work. Let's do like a soft light, maybe? Might not be quite the right color, but something's happening here. I don't know exactly what it is, but something is. Let's do like a larger... big old glow across the ground. Kind of to like... I guess this might be like yellow all the way to the bottom, right? Like that. That looks a lot better. It's not quite there yet, I don't think, but we're getting there. For sure. Assuredly. Assuredly for sure. Yeah, how's everyone's day going? What do you what's life like? What do you got going on this week? Tell me about yourself. looks a lot better, just to kind of, you know, make it look a little more realistic there. I also want some magenta here. He had to go say hey to Wacko Matrico? Matrixo. I don't know. He's a cool mothership model creator. Interesting. Is that another streamer? A streamer friend? You guys don't usually stream at the same time. It's interesting. But I had to make a choice. That's what 2 monitors are for. I don't know if I like this. No, it doesn't work. No, dude, you may not ask. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I actually don't know either. Are my keyboard shortcuts breaking again? I don't know why it keeps doing this. Urgh. Don't mind me. I'm just in a mood. Okay, now it works. What the heck? On a phone. Ah, yeah. That would be cool. A little over-engineered phone. Double screen. I mean, they do have the dual screen phones, right? Where it's like the flip open. The keyboard shortcut fairy comes in at night and resets all your keyboard shortcuts. No, it's not that. It's like sometimes like they'll just like be disabled for no reason. Like I'll just be like drawing and all of a sudden they just stop working. And I'm sure it's something I'm doing. I think sometimes when you like go back and forth between a mouse and a tablet, like things get screwy, or I honestly don't know. But something's happening and it's annoying, is all I'm getting at. Doesn't look good. Typical Windows user. I mean, maybe. Windows does have the stupid thing where if you hit Alt, it enables like your file, edit, image, whatever, all that thing, all those. And then so like if you're hitting Alt, so I have to have like wait, this does not need to be open. There's like an Alt menu disabler. You can't even see it. Never mind. Whatever. It turns off Alt so it doesn't break everything. I haven't joined the Apple cult. Yeah, me neither. And it is a cult for sure. It's assuredly a cult. I think I want to add one more little bit of fire, but I think this is... I'm much happier with this. I can't really go too much more like realistic with it without it maybe ruining the style. I don't know. I guess want like one more like little bit of like going up like this or something. Maybe. Do this looking good. Thank you. In front of blazing across the landscape. Yeah, I think maybe just having more fire is appropriate. So if it's an inferno, right? More fire, good. Fire, good. Okay. Let's take some of this. Oops. Copy the wrong color. Totally missed it. What card are we working on? I'm reworking one of the old cards. It is an old god card. It is called an Inferno. So this is what it originally looked like. I was like, the fire is just way too big and silly and whatever. So we're making it more realistic. Yeah, it looks way better already. Yeah, right, for sure. I think maybe we could make this a little bit less of a hard edge. I don't know. Like a little softer looking. I don't know. It just doesn't fit the style. But maybe we can do somewhere in between. No. Yeah, I think it's okay. The question is, do we do fire like down here? Down at the bottom. I think this is pretty close to done, honestly. The question is, do we do fire like in the foreground here? You know, we have something there. It is an inferno, right? It should be like everything should be on fire, right? I think that'll look cool. It might just be more the fire than the smoke, but yeah, the problem is that's not the right color. The fire was too distinct of a shape for how far away it was, right? That's part of the problem. Yeah, see, like my shortcut keys aren't working. Can't hit B. I really don't know what it is. Is my touch thing being weird? Okay, my keyboard's not broken. We need to figure this out, y'all. Oh wait, we literally missed an ad. God. I keep missing ads. Starting the front time, take a buff. All right, dude, see you in a sec. I guess you're still on your phone, but either way. He's not working. Photoshop. It's not preferences. You guys get to come with me, if not in person. I'm in spirit. I gotcha. There should be a comma between human and spirit. Yeah, I got ya. I figured it out. I have a feeling it's like a tablet driver issue between the tablet and Photoshop. That's the wrong Wacom tablet. That might be part of it. I have two Wacom things installed and a Q. Let's close this. Does this help? I might have too many tablet drivers installed. There could also be like, I could be hitting a button on my tablet by accident, and then Yeah, because like the keyboard's just not working. It's like one of those things I don't want to figure out while I'm on stream because it's just annoying, but at the same time it feels like something I should, because I should figure out, because it's just like you know, hold up. Oh god, oh god, help. I'm thinking I should uninstall whatever my old driver is. But I may be uninstalling my current drivers, so let's find out. Maybe something as simple as reconnect fix. I think closing. Oh, can't do that. I know restarting Photoshop works, but that's just kind of a pain to have to do it every time it happens. Because it happens relatively frequently. That's the issue. Photoshop? Hello? There we go. I don't know, Photoshop's been having a ton of problems lately. I don't know. One is that, like, where it will do that, and then the other is like sometimes like the saving crashes. The freaking saving will crash the program, and it's like that's like the one thing you don't want to crash the program. That's the only thing you can't have crash the program. That is partly when you see why people are leaving Adobe, but who knows if that's Adobe or if that's just a driver issue, you know? I did like update like every single driver I had the other day, so I don't know. Who's to say, really? Adobe, and you don't have to pay for a subscription too. Yeah, it's getting kind of ridiculous. I'm just so deep in it. It's the problem. I've been I don't know, dude. I've just been I'm too deep in it. I use too many Adobe programs. I wish I could leave, but not really. I don't know. I use like most days I use like 6 different Adobe programs. It's like I can't really justify not doing it, you know. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I use Premiere, I use After Effects, I use Photoshop, I use Illustrator, I use well, the rendering one, which is like whatever. Encoder, which is like, you know, it's just part of it. And I use Animate, so it's like I use too many different programs. And learning a whole new system and its tricks is daunting to say the least. Yeah. If I was just using one program, 100% would just switch. If I was just using Photoshop, I'd be like, all right, let's go. But the programs play well together, and I don't know. Well, I think this is it. What do we think? Good? Should I change anything? I might actually do just one last thing here. I might put a little bit of the magenta color over our foreground fire. Looks good? Cool. I mean, I would say it looks better than the old one, huh? Just a smidge. It do be flamin'. Here, let's compare. Does this work? Probably doesn't. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Like a hot Cheeto. Did I say that or did I just think it? I don't know what I said. Anyway. Yeah, it looks better. We're done. We're done here. It's always funny turning off the thing and you look at like this squiggle here and you're like, that's not art. That's just, I mean, it is art, but it's just that's just a squiggle. And you're like, you know, whatever. Export, PNG. Let's do a new folder. We'll do old. We'll take the Inferno, we'll throw it in there. Then we save this as the Inferno, and then we save it, and then we hit S, Control S, and then we're done. Then we can go to AAE. Art. These also need to, like, all the words on these need to be changed, but if I change them, then I have to like redo my whole spreadsheet, and I just don't want to do that. What are the DPI on the images you use? 300? Maybe that should be more. I don't know, I thought 300 was standard, right? I don't know about for printing, but which is probably something I should have looked up, but should be 300. Dots per inch. Yeah. Maybe mine slow or low because it was slowing down dexterous. Interesting. I have not had that problem, but Not sure how much it will affect things. Yeah, I mean, probably it won't be too bad. I mean, as long as you don't have to scale stuff, right? The nice part about having things higher DPI is that you could scale them for, like, you know, promotional art or whatever. Right? Upload. What's this image? There we go. The new Inferno. I'd say it's a little bit better. Okay, stretch. Okay. I really need to stop missing the breaks because I think it really does help me not, like, whatever. I really should probably start setting a timer. So in other words, resolution, basically. Yeah. I like the style. Yeah, me too. It looks good. I think it's fun. I've definitely gotten better. Let's put it that way. Like, just looking between different ones, you can tell I've gotten better from the newer ones to the older ones. Granted, I also didn't have a lot of time when I did the whatever, but I've said this like 12 times. I'm repeating myself. Don't mind me. I didn't get a new subscriber, did I? It's weird because it says I thought I had 10 subscribers. Now I have 11, but I don't see any notification. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Well, if anyone subscribed, thank you. I don't think it did though. That's weird. Ooh, I see one. You can try the fire explosion for the volcano card. Yeah, I could potentially try redoing that. I could maybe make that a little bit better. I also, you can see all the texture and the smoke here, right? Like the clouds or whatever this ambient fog is. Yeah, my art style changed throughout the project. Not good. Honestly, it's probably arguably not too bad though. Like, if you look at like any trading card game, you know, they're hiring different artists between each card, right? And so their art is different. So it's okay if your art is different. But yeah, I could redo this one. I'm not like super, like, I don't feel like I necessarily need to, but I might. The texture in the background bothers me more, but I could add a little bit of the glow, like this one. The glow is the thing that sells it here. Everything else I think is probably fine, but yeah, having a little bit more of that glowy fire would make this look better. Because I don't mind the explosion. I think it looks okay, but yeah. I might, rather than jumping to this one, I may go through systematically and continue to work on these cards, because I did that with all the heroes. All the heroes are done. I might go systematically and try to Forest I think is fine. Forest is a little bit weak on as far as art goes, because there's like some weird stuff going on here where there's just a line here that has no coloring and stuff like that. So there's some weird things with this one, but fun fact, a volcano can generate its own lightning storm. I feel like I didn't necessarily know that, but I've seen lightning on a volcano, so that does make sense. But yeah, I think I could go through systematically and just start tweaking some of this stuff. So maybe that's what I'll do. So yeah, let's start with lands. It just makes more sense to just do this in some sort of order rather than jumping around. Stream chat. Oh, I was like, who is this? It's Thunder. Can you change your name in the Discord server? 46 birds the year, and I think I need more next year. It's helping bring down the costs. Food and dog treats. I'll feed 2 households. Nice. Me? Yeah, you're talking about. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed that. Okay, yeah. It might just be streamer mode makes things weird. It's hard to like tell people's use. Yeah, and yes, you. Yeah. He's dead. Okay, cool. I was gonna say streamer mode does make things weird. It like truncates things and hides some usernames and doesn't hide others. I don't know exactly how it works. So. Anyway, here we are. I just saw that you responded to Grynite? Grynit? I'm so bad with names. It sucks. I hate it. Part of it's like a confidence thing. I should just say the name like I think I know what I'm saying, but you know, here we are. Someone asked me why so many. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Let's do the thing. Player cards. Lands. Let's start, hey, with Desert. In the alphabetical order. This one I'm not too upset with. Like the texture doesn't look too bad. Does your axolotl have a name? That's a good question. I love my chicken. All the way to the plate. Yo! The small kobold. Yo, Smalls the kobold. I can't read. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? Heck yeah. Hi. Hello. Welcome on in. Just trying to see if I know you. I don't think I do. Welcome on in. I appreciate the raid very, very much. What were you doing today? Probably not right off the recommended tab. Fair enough. But yeah, what were you working on today? I see it looked like you do game dev stuff. It's meant to be modeling, got caught up in optimization hell. I totally understand that. 100%. Well, if you want to share anything you're working on, feel free. We'll check it out. But yeah, no, that's I don't do well, first of all, I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Beats. I'm working on a few different games, but right now we're working on my co-op tabletop TCG. It's a physical game, not really a I am in the game dev category, but it's the game dev part, not the software part. So I have an itch demo. Can I link? Yeah, please do. But yeah, I do TCG stuff. All right. Here, we'll show the page. Let's do this. There we go. Is this the right? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that this is. Are you going to check it out? Yeah, I'll actually show it to you here. The Undead Lawyer. He plays one of the avatars of the Undead Phoenix. I'm going to be terrible at reading this. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Your job is to bring balance to the gods. Nice. Okay, and their power is to grab... power grabs at mortal souls. Interesting. Very cool. We have hypermobile necromancy. Have the power to force mortal souls back to their current afterlife. Okay, yeah, into their corpses and continue. And sorry, I'm very bad at reading. Uh, execute them and according to logbook written by the gods themselves and declare new fate. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch this demo. Oh wait, hold on. This is probably let's do like this screen. There we go. Also, hold on. Let's make things look correctly. Let's mute Spotify. Is this too loud? Oh, it's gonna be definitely too loud. I'm so sorry. It's still probably too loud. There we go. Ooh. We do like a good wall run. Sorry, I'm just adjusting audio. I like the skeletons. So like a movement shooter kind of look to it. Looks fun. Inspired by Neon White, Titanfall. I want to play Titanfall. It seems cool, but I've never done it. Yeah. Looks sick to me. That's funny. I like it. That's awesome. I'll have to keep this open. I'll maybe check it out after stream. Since March. Nice. Wow. It's good progress though. Hell yeah. I've been working on this game for like a year. And it doesn't even have you know, it's not a video game. So no, that's impressive. That looks cool. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. That deserves a fire lizard. I agree. Yeah, it looks awesome, dude. Very, very cool. Nice work. But yeah. Very, very cool. We're just doing a bit of art stuff right now. We're just tweaking some of our old card arts. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. Did someone say fire lizard? Indeed. But yeah, if you want to hang out, feel free to hang out for sure. We can keep talking about game stuff. But if you are sleepy from streaming, as I know I always am, feel free to raid and run however you feel. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, very cool. I am a fan of that. It looks cool. I definitely movement shooters are cool. They're tricky to get right. I think like it seems like it would be easy, but I feel like they're slightly trickier than they seem, you know. See, that's the I don't know. This brush looks much more fluffier. What game engine are you using? I think you may have said, or I may have seen it, but I was not paying enough attention apparently. I'm in Godot. Nice. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out if and when I actually get into coding what one I'll actually use, but but yeah. This is like such a subtle difference. I'm like, is it even worth it? Depends on who you are. Oversimplified Unity programmer is for programmers, Unreal is for artists, and Godot is for designers. I never heard it put that way, but that is interesting. Interesting perspective. Usually, you know. Yeah, I've never heard someone put it that way. That's very interesting perspective there. Oh, hold on. Speaking of music, there we go. You know what the no music problem could be worked into? You have music like, sorry, I can't read. You have music you like more, kind of thing. Yeah. I was gonna say there was a note about that, right? The game has no music. Finding royalty-free music for speedrunning game you wouldn't get sick of within 5 minutes. Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. I don't know, you could also, like, honestly, one of the things is, like, the music I'm playing right now is not royalty free, but I did get permission from the artist to use it. So it's, finding small artists is also a potential way to doing that. All right, I think this is done. That's literally all we need to do. Maybe I could do the clouds are probably like 90% hidden by this, aren't they? Yeah. All right, let's not overdo anything that doesn't need to be overdone. Oops, not saving. Export PNG dessert. Unity's C# and lets users get deeper into how their games function at a pretty deep level, allowing them for things like multi-threading, efficiency, infinite world generation, and other nerd stuff. Okay. Unreal has a ton of stuff to make things pretty, but unless you're learning C++, you're stuck with blueprints. A brilliant system that falls apart on larger scale projects, amazing for artists. To make something pretty and functional, but kind of soul crushing on a large scale, very interesting. Who smells? Are you a coder? I do coding. Yeah, they made this this game here. If there's a yeah, it's got skeletons and stuff. Yeah, no, I really like the art. It's cool. Learn to code meme. Yeah. Godot's the new kid on the block in entirely open source, so it's made by game designers for game designers. It's behind in terms of most things, but there's a ton of easy pipelines to get anyone making anything really easily. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing too. There we go. Sorry. Actually, professional level designer. Nice. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very thorough way of talking about that. I've seen people talk about it. It's like, well, this one's good for this and this one's good for this, but any of them are good for you. And it's like, that's a very yeah, a cool way to put it, because I feel like a lot of people don't go in depth of like which one actually works well for you. You know, there's like, these are the three. Choose one. So yeah. Thank you for your perspective on that. That was very cool. People are either very... Sorry, I don't know what that word is. Let's look it up. Tribalist. Sorry, my brain was not working for a second. Too dyslexic. About their engine, really want to Start making your cool game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I basically, like, at some point I would like to turn this into a thing. I am probably between, I don't know. I don't know if I would do Godot, not necessarily because I think it's like, I don't have any, you know, thing negatively of it at all, but I think that, for my projects, I think either Unreal, just because I like the idea of blueprints because I can't words good, or alternatively, oh, did I lose the file to this? Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I guess I lost the original whatever for this. I'm also dyslexic where I spell it wrong. No, it's not. It's not on you. I can't read. I like putting those groups because it's my experience working with all through in professional life. Yeah, that's awesome. And Unity seems cool as far as like, because like some of the things I would like to do are like working on like OBS plugins and stuff for streaming, because I would like to make like stream-based games. And I know like as far as, oop, I almost just closed OBS. I think that would be cool to do, and I think Unity, if I'm not mistaken, has a similar coding language to whatever you use to code OBS. I can't remember. Anyway, I love blueprints because they let you be dyslexic, but UDL Underlore was an Unreal project, but I moved it to Godot because even just the funky movement system was already overwhelming, let alone doing anything else. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, in theory, like, my game could probably be done in Unreal just because it's like, it's just a card game, you click and move cards, but, you know, shrug, I'm not sure. I'm not there yet. I don't need this open. Sorry, I missed. I grow chickens, says Thunder. It's true. You do. You do grow chickens. Thunder, you grew chicken, sad face. Sorry, Bean also showed up. Yo, Bean, hi. Sorry, I was deep in conversation. How are you? How bees the bean? And by that I mean Bean. Yeah, sorry, I saw you and then I was gonna say something and then I yeah. Anyway, hi. I should take some pictures of the flock I keep for eggs. Bean. They are red chickens. Interesting. We're always interested in your chickens. I'll tell you what. This is a little interesting because I can't really change much here because I lost the original Photoshop files. The only really thing I think needs to be fixed here is this line up here that kind of just goes to nowhere, but they're about to be crispy golden brown. Yummy. And then maybe like some of this like random foliage part here could be redone. You know, I'm gonna start setting myself a timer. I don't really like doing it, but hey Bean, how's it been? Sorry, I missed the wave. Yeah, he got consumed in all the text. But we do love a bean. Ooh, I think I hear my my cat's water thing being she has a little fountain. I think it's almost out of water. So I'm gonna need to, that's gonna be a thing I need to do after the, what's it called? Oh, this is gonna be weird. Yeah, God, this is so much more saturated than it should be. I wonder if I change the saturation and then change it back. I don't know, it's weird. Let's just fix a little bit of this. I don't think there's really too much we can or want to do, but this should be a branch. Just some small fixes here. Yeah, and a phone chat goes by quickly. Yeah, that's fair. Especially when we have like a lot of people. This is like most people we've had in a while. I mean, the raids help, right? Yeah, thank you for the raid, Smalls. That's very kind of you. I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you for bringing your community on over. Our humble abode. This one we're basically just correcting some of this weird tree shapes. This also just, I don't like the shape of this either. Can you make the layers of darkness? The further you go, the darker it gets, right? Yeah, so in theory, I could do that. The biggest problem with this is there's no... I lost all my... I lost all the layers to this. I can't actually draw between layers anymore because this is just the other way around. Darker is closer if it's a landscape, I think. I guess it depends. Like in a forest, it would be you know, as you get deeper into the forest, it'd be darker. But like if it's like a mountain, you'd see more white, right? Like more sky color, right? I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong too, but yeah. I mean, hi. Sorry we missed you there. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if there's too much I can do here though. I mean, I could. How do I keep pulling? I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. Like I could, in theory, make it get like a little bit darker as it goes back, but yeah, I lost all the separate layers. I must have like saved over something or whatever. So editing it is more difficult, you know. Can you extract the back layers? I'm attempting to. I don't know what color to do. Maybe a green. And then we just do like a multiply layer. Like that a bit, maybe. No, hold on. Let's go up higher too. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Hello. Help. For a second. I don't think I need to get too crazy with it though, because it's not really that bad. It's just I might have an art review for you in a bit. Okay, I'm always down for a bean art, a Bart, if you will. I don't know. Ignore me, please. Please ignore me. Maybe we like that a little better. Is there a wood texture you can add to the trees like a crayon texture you did? Yeah, I mean, I could do like a little bit better shading. The shading was kind of... I wouldn't do necessarily a wood texture, but I could do a little bit better shading. Because I don't... Like, again, if I do too much different stuff, it kind of takes it out of the style, so... I think that would be the only reason I wouldn't do something like that. But we could do a little bit better shading. You draw things I want to cook, runner being true. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong with that. Jesus, okay. Scared the diggins out of me. All right, yeah, I get it. Okay, jeez. All right, we're about to hit an ad. We'll do the ad, and then we will be back in 3 minutes. I definitely need to take a break. I will be back, my friends. We'll see you in 3 minutes.
Randomness. It's what makes card games so interesting to play. The simple act of shuffling and drawing cards creates unpredictable outcomes, providing a unique and exciting experience every time. But what happens when this randomness becomes a detriment to the game? And how do you deal with that? Being able to address this issue can often mean the difference between a good card game and a bad one. Even the most popular games aren't immune to these pitfalls. Take Magic the Gathering, for example, one of the most popular trading card games of all time. It's not uncommon to find yourself drawing nothing but lands, or conversely, having no lands at all, leaving you with a unplayable hand. On the flip side, randomness can swing in the opposite direction too, drawing an incredible hand, leading you to completely dominate your opponents. While it's certainly fun for the player with the winning hand, it can be less enjoyable for everyone else at the table. So let me tell you how I counteracted it while working on my own game, and the battle I fought against inconsistency. In my game, players compete against the Old God, a collection of cards that present various challenges. Unfortunately, the balance of this deck was wildly unpredictable, often either leading to completely overwhelming the players or failing to be a challenge at all, making the game unenjoyable either way. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For those of you who aren't familiar with my game, which, let's be honest, is probably most of you, you might be wondering what the heck an Old God is and what the game is actually as a whole. Or maybe you don't care. I don't know your life. I'm gonna talk about it anyway. So, in brief summary, here's how the game works. Armies Against Entropy is a cooperative resource management trading card game. Players place cards like heroes, structures, and lands to create synergies for themselves and also their allies. They then move units generated by their cards to enhance the power of the cards that they deem most necessary, all while battling the Old God, a deck of automated cards designed to dismantle the player's forces and serve as the main threat of the game. Now that you kind of have an understanding of the game, let's dive into how randomness became a problem. As I said before, the Old God deck was designed to present various challenges. This deck featured a large number of weaker cards and a few stronger ones. In theory, this meant the players would face a constant onslaught of minor threats, while occasionally encountering some much more intimidating ones. Let's talk a little more specifically though. Typically, the Old God would draw around 3 cards per turn with a total deck of 86 cards, 10 endlings in the deck as the weakest card. This design meant you were much less likely to draw something threatening like 3 Ravengers. The idea is that the Old God would have a nice assortment of cards due to its distribution. At least that's what I thought. However, there were many instances where this wasn't the case, and the Old God either felt pitiful or, conversely, an unstoppable onslaught of destruction. Speaking of unstoppable onslaughts of destruction, you should subscribe. I don't know how those two things correlate, but So what was the solution? Well, this came to me while I was trying to fix an entirely different problem, and that problem was the Abyssal Horde card. This card was a hell of my own making, and the bane of my existence for so many different reasons. But the main one that we'll be focusing on today was trying to solve an issue where it would gain in power every attack. Units were how the player gained power, but we didn't really want a similar mechanic for the Old God because we didn't really want to figure out how these units would be allocated each turn. The Abyssal Horde was somewhat of an exception to this rule, as it stole units from player cards. While this is a cool idea, it kind of fundamentally broke the game. Instead, we wanted to find another way for this card to gain in power using a different mechanic, while still sort of keeping the same identity. We had considered making the Abyssal Horde card duplicate itself with every attack, which could work well. However, that mechanic felt a little more suited to a digital version of the game rather than a physical one. And while I do have aspirations to make a digital version of this game down the line, I really want to make this game more functional for both formats. So the solution was a drastic one. Remember the Endling I mentioned earlier, the weakest card in the deck? Well, we removed it from the main deck completely and put it in its own entirely new deck called the Minion deck. Are you kidding me? Did you ever consider how the Endling would feel about this? Being displaced from its home? But no, it's a good thing. It helps. Wait, did you gain sentience? Yeah, what of it, Nathaniel? What? No, it's nothing. It's just, how? How? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I can also do this. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or terrified. You should be afraid after what you did to those endlings. Oh, come on. You've literally read the script yourself. Like, you know what's gonna happen. I just prefer to live in the moment, actually. So, whatever. Can I just keep reading? Fine, whatever. Okay, anyway, moving the Endlings to its own deck allowed the Abyssal Horde to spawn these cards every time it attacked, enabling the Old God's forces to gain in power with each strike. But the best part about adding minions this way was it meant that it could be used in other applications as well, fixing the overarching problem of the game, allowing the Endlings to be with all their other minion friends. All right, Nathaniel. Stop saying that like it's not your name too. Is it? Yeah, well, I think, yeah, I don't care. Let's just keep reading. Of course, the main one was addressing randomness in the game. By introducing a separate minion deck, the old god could draw from both its main deck and the new deck, providing consistency in its challenges it presented to the player. If you're doing the math at home, the old system offered an approximate 20% chance of drawing a weaker card like an Endling or Shade from a main deck of 86 cards. In contrast, the dual deck system guarantees a weaker card is drawn every turn. This change also allowed me to reduce the number of copies in the main deck as well. Oh, see, now you've done it. First displacing the poor Endlings from their home, and now just murdering other cards. Dude, it's just a game. Not to me, Nathaniel. Not to me. But it helps to make the game better. Like, literally, just give me 2 seconds to, like, explain, please? Fine, whatever, just keep reading your dumb script. Reducing cards actually resulted in a greater variety of cards seen each game, with having fewer duplicates. As a result, players consistently faced interesting challenges drawn by the main deck, while still receiving a steady stream of minions every turn. Thanks to this newfound consistency, I could design Old God cards to be much scarier, incorporating much more powerful effects and interesting abilities. We could also change the Old God's Wasteland cards, which previously allowed the Old God to draw more cards from their main deck each turn. By shifting some of these cards to summon minions instead, we introduced a further layer of balance. While minions are weaker threats, they can accumulate and become overwhelming if left unchecked, serving as much better foil to a player's units than the Old God's other cards. Speaking of Wastelands, minions are also a great benefit because they ensure there's always something attacking the players, keeping up the pressure. Previously, the Old God could strictly draw Wastelands or Ruins, which, while challenging, gave the players an entire turn to prepare or react. Now, I'm not saying every game should implement this sort of system to improve consistency, but it worked incredibly well for Armies Against Entropy. So it's something worth considering if you're someone who is making your own game and you're facing similar problems. Of course, it comes with its own set of challenges. Primarily, it adds a layer of complexity that occasionally introduces new issues that need to be addressed. It could also bring too much consistency to a game if applied in the wrong context, which might remove some of the excitement and unpredictability that card games are known for in the first place. And lastly, it's not like this is a new concept? And lastly, it's not like this is an entirely new concept. It's essentially Magic the Gathering's token system, just applied in a slightly different manner to fit the mechanics of the game. So, you know, I'm not original. I don't know. What do you want from me? Despite that, this was really the right thing for the game, fixing the main problem with randomness while simultaneously solving a bunch of other problems and making it a much more engaging experience. Yeah, that's what you think. Are we gonna have a problem? I'm not sure, but I'm watching you, Nathaniel. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry for making you watch.
If you are interested in playing Armies Against Entropy,
forcing you,
be sure to check out my Discord server. I have a variety of ways to play the game, so there should be an option that works well for you. And if you do play, let me know what you think. I would love to hear.
But the Endlings have friends.
I'm always looking for more feedback on the game. If you'd like to support this project or any of the other ones I do, you can check out my Patreon. There's now beta access to Armies Against.
Could be a whole nother bit. Oh yeah. You said to hydrate. I'll do it on stream. I'm also eating food. All right. Yeah, if you're enjoying that video, please check it out on Beats Creations on YouTube. Your BRB vids are always cool, yo. Yeah. They're my YouTube vids. I figured, you know, may as well do something, have something when I'm not there. Look what I found. This is it. This is what I'm eating. loony. Cat break. So fluffy and cute. Indeed, Chex. Indeed. She is quite fluffy and cute. Is very true. Or she ran away. And precious. And cute. And cute. And precious. And cute. And fluffy. Yeah. What up, Chex? Let's go back to art. Sorry, I was eating a dried mango, and I also have a protein bar, cookie dough flavor, or chocolate chip flavor. I don't know. It's like cookie flavored. It's the best one in the pack, but they have the least of them. What's up with that? You know? Those were good, yeah. Mm-hmm. The pure protein ones. The Costco ones. My keyboard shortcuts break again. Or not even shortcuts, just all my buttons. There's gotta be something. What did I even do? Is it the navigator thing? Is that causing a problem for some reason? I really don't know what's causing it. It's kind of infuriating if I'm being completely honest with you. The thing is, turning it on and off again does work, but the problem is, I don't want to have to do that every time. Especially it happens like every hour. It's like, this guy must be a pro, yeah. Wait, this guy must be IT pro. I was like, an IT pro? Sometimes you just have to turn it on and off again. What happens when you press escape? Nothing? Maybe I'll try it next time it breaks. Maybe something selected? Maybe. Yeah, the problem is like nothing works, right? Like I can't even press B to select my brush. It's not even like control. Like sometimes the alt menu breaks things, right? Oh, you want out? Do you want out? Okay, we'll let you out. Be free. Sometimes the alt menu can break stuff because you hit alt and it does like the file explorer or whatever. Not file explorer, but whatever, the top menu stuff. I did find a thing that disables that, and that's nice, but there's still issues, and I don't think it's related to that crashes it, because it's still doesn't work when, oh, gotta do that. I think it's probably tablet related, but I'm not entirely certain. We'll add just a smidge more shading onto the trees, but I'm not gonna do too much more, I don't think. Because I don't need to change the card too much. I just wanted to, you know, fix a few things. Usually, in case, like this, I just throw the whole thing out the window. True. Good call. Yeah, so I don't know what's causing it. But, I don't know. I'll have to play around with it. It's just like one of those troubleshooting things that, like, I don't know what's causing it, and I don't know how to fix it, so it's kind of like it's hard to replicate the issue. Honestly, I don't want to like add too much shading either though, but maybe like what I can do is add some light, because I don't think I did like a light layer. Are there any patches or updates? Maybe it might be it could potentially be a like a tablet driver issue, but I did do a bunch of, I mean, maybe Adobe update. I don't think so. Oh wait, no, there is a Photoshop update. Yeah. Oh God. Wait, 3 updates available. After Effects, Photoshop, Raw, Camera. So maybe, yeah, maybe that's a problem. Good call. I'm trying to decide where like the light source would be here. I mean, technically it'd be like up above, right? Like from the trees. Or like the sun, rather. What am I talking about? The light's coming from the trees. The old tree light. I think that was honestly one of the bigger problems here, because it was... And then we can like do this as like soft light or something. Just kind of have it toned down. Probably go a little bit more dramatic with it. Yeah, that was the problem. It wasn't so much like a texture issue as it was like... It kind of just needed some variation, right? I mean, I could do texture on it, but it might be this. I keep popping open something. There's like maybe a shortcut on my... I don't know. There might be a shortcut on my thing that I'm pressing on my tablet. Yeah, I keep popping open like my is there a place in Adobe that switches priority alt commands. I basically have a thing that disables alt commands on like a script. Like, cause I know that's a actual issue, and I've fixed that issue, but this is a different one. I'm thinking it's something tablet related. I think maybe I'm clicking on something weird, or I have no idea. I think that's as good as I need to do anything here. Maybe actually, why do I always say that and then instantly go like, wait, actually, there's something more I should do here. Well, actually, the fact of the matter is, this in there. There we go. Just a smidge better. It's nothing too crazy, but oh, I know I did. Okay, that's fine. Oh wait, no. Leave this off. Okay. I guess once the issue happens again, we'll maybe just try to troubleshoot it again, but this was enough of a change that I'm just gonna make an old version there. Another granola bar bite. Protein bar, whatever. Next, I suppose. Did desert, we did forest. Graveyard's gonna be fine. Mountain's probably fine, but we'll take a look at it. Honestly, none of the texturing's like egregious here. Maybe tell a little bit in the clouds, but it's, you know, with everything on there. Mountain's fine. Another computer's part would be the script interfering somehow. It does it without the script even on, so so no, unfortunately. Like this one like hardly needs anything, if at all. I'm kind of just tempted to not do it. It's like this one's such a subtle difference that it's like, do I even really? The car is already nice. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it needs it. Like, there's a little bit of the texture stuff here. But it's like such a small amount, like you were saying earlier. It's like, is that really worth it? So, and you can't really see the crazy repeating pattern on that. So, I think it's fine. I think I'm gonna leave it. No. River's gonna be fine. Swamp, I think, is probably fine. You can technically see a repeating pattern here, but it's in like the lighting and it's super subtle, so I'm, again, not really... For you, definitely just don't pick at it too much. Yeah, 100%, yeah. This one's perfectly fine. The texture is subtle enough that you don't notice it as like a whatever, so that one's fine. The perspective's a little weird, but I'm not gonna mess with that. I don't care. I don't care enough. This one I would like to redo. Maybe just a smidge. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Let's try it, and if I end up thinking I want to do... if I decide I don't like the changes, then we won't. That's all there is to it. Snow or rock? It's snow. It's a tundra. So I guess rocky snow. There's just a lot of that texture going on. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's try the new brush texture here. I was trying to see where I had it previously. It's weird because the like, where is it? Some of the stuff over it looks weird. That's fine. This we can maybe redo. Don't know what color that is though. I guess we could just sample it. The dark dots on the near side of the river is supposed to be there. Dark dots. I guess like here. Or like here. Yeah, that's supposed to be a shadow, I guess. And it's hidden anyway. You know, it's like one of those things. So probably not. It's probably not supposed to be there, but it also doesn't matter. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? I wonder if this is this color. Probably. Behind the text is fine, yeah. Okay. It's happened again. I can no longer use my keyboard. Hit escape. Okay, it's weird because Control and Alt and stuff work, but not in conjunction. But why? What did I just do that made that happen, you know? Yeah, here. I just I don't get it. Is it a tablet thing? Okay, my tablet is unplugged and doesn't do anything. Maybe it is just an update thing. Maybe I just need to update the thing and there's some sort of like driver compatibility issue or something. I guess for now we're kind of stuck just closing and reopening it. Some sort of like bug that happened with like a Windows update or something like that, and then it just causes it to be an issue together. I don't know. Try to keep it similar to the original card, you know? Oh. I wonder if I can do these like little line things better. They'll look better with the... I might just smooth them out a little bit, actually. Just soften them a smidge. Like this. Maybe. I don't know. Let's compare. Thoughts? Old, new. I guess the blue is maybe too dark, like the darker colors, maybe a little too much. That's the wrong layer. Tone it back a little bit. Okay, I've seen Snow Mountain like that. Had snowboard on that, yeah. Yo, Clarence, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Yeah, I think it looks pretty decent. Yeah, it's like subtly better, but I think it works. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Where's the layer on the... Oh, that's literally just like that. Okay. All right, good enough for me. Good enough for government work, as they say, and I'll tell you what. It's the chef kiss of the dinner well made, indeed. Dinner. Yeah, it's just like a slight, I mean, yeah, it's not a huge improvement. It's not like anything super crazy, but it's just like a slight, you know, it'll look a little bit better once these cards are actually printed for real. And you won't notice like any of that extra crud. Okay. Well, that is all the land. Do we dare move to structures? Or whatever we decide is next? Probably structures. You know what's crazy? We made this card art, but have done nothing with it. And honestly, it's probably one of my best ones. We've done nothing with the airship. I mean, we should probably, yeah, it should be just one of the beta cards, but we had ideas for the mechanics, but I remember you doing it. Yeah, it was like forever ago. We just never imported it into the game, you know? Like I could have like done, like it's just not in the beta. The art's done. I just need to throw a mechanic in with it. But yeah, I like the look of it. Looks great. If I do say so myself, which I do apparently. But yeah, that definitely needs to be done. Anyway, let's move on because that one looks good. Army camp's got a lot of that texture going on. I also honestly, I think some of the shading here I could do a little bit better on. Like like it doesn't look like it's connected to the ground, right? It's kind of part of the problem. Okay, let's start with this. Start with our vignette. Then multiply, then 75. that a different color? No, it's got to be the same. With this new card, I toss in a new mechanic that will jive with the balance of the game. Yeah. What was the idea for it? Let's look it up real quick. Just because I'm curious. We had something. Beta cards. It was like, because like one of the things with the beta cards, I want to explore things that haven't been done before, right? I don't want to just be like, oh, this one creates units in a different way. It's like, well, obviously that's, you know, something that should be done, but it's something more interesting. Like, I think it has something to do with placing structures on. I feel like a few grass strands against the tents would be nice here. I agree with that. That's a good call. Airship does not require a land to place, so that's fine. Has a unit effect. Structures no longer need to be placed on lands if the structure dies. Okay, this doesn't make sense anymore, though. It basically allows structures to not have lands, is the current thing. Heroes gain benefits, but air dies if the airship does. Oh, that was like a few different things. What are you doing? Reviewing an old card idea. Yeah, we're just looking at the airship. We didn't this one. But yeah, we are going back. So the main thing we're doing is cleaning up some of the old card art. But we're just doing a quick tangent because I drew this card like months ago now, and I did nothing with it. If forever starting out, all characters you ever created have to either be amorphous or feline, like Khajiit or Cat, which would you roll with? What do you mean amorphous? Like little blob guys? Oh, animal. Wait, can I not read? Amphibious. Amphibious? Sorry. I can't read. Why can't I read? Lizard. Yeah, I can't read. Definitely feline, for sure. For surezies. Sorry, my brain don't work good, you know? I read amorphous. I read two letters and decided the word was something else, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yes, I would definitely choose the cat. I like kitties. They're cute. Cats are cool, but amphibious are way amphibious. Still can't do it. Amphibious are way cooler. Amphibians, I guess, was maybe the reason why. Whatever. Get underwater abilities would be boss. Yeah, I guess that's true. I think my drawing style leads toward cute, so I think cat is like, obviously lizards can be cute. Proof right here. There you go. But yeah, you know, here we are. Anyway, that was a tangent. I think part of it is like, I feel like there needs to be shading under. Wait, that's on that. There needs to be more shading under the God. Beats, what was your layer management? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing, Beats? Hibernate in the mud colonies, yeah. Like, we need more of that, I think. That's, like, maybe a little too dark, but... Let me just draw it in here first. And then we'll maybe erase it a bit to... It's definitely too dark, but hear me out, okay? Don't like multiplying it. Darkens better. That looks more grounded for sure. Those are swole too, they do push-ups, true. I don't know if I've ever seen a frog do that. Fair enough. Alright, and I like Anonymous's idea of little grass tufts. I think that's a good way to ground it as well. I think we also need some... Before we do that, though, hold on. I almost think we need a more... like this, but it'll be... And then the pole also needs to be darker. Basically, this image is too bright. And technically, light might be passing through these, but... That looks a lot better. Okay, grass tufts. Hupana back in Kelowna, is that what it was? We have and our frogs did. Back every year, interesting. Mild winters, but still frozen ground. Nice. Did I say? I don't know why I said nice to that, but you know, it's interesting. Is what I meant. Nicely interesting. Okay. I keep getting distracted on these grass tufts. I guess it's just gonna be a layer on top here though. Because the grass is gonna be whatever color this is, right? It's gonna be blue, essentially. Well, maybe it should be more green. It should be like kind of this color. The brush needs to be smaller. We do like a good grass tuft. Kind of getting rid of the line art on the bottom of these poles. Look like they're actually in the ground too. I have an artsy type question besides possibly green. What colors go well with light pink? Easter colors or like pastels, light yellow, light or blue would fit. I think I agree with that. Yeah, that is what I would think as well. Yeah, with pink. I don't know why the thing is this size. I mean, this whole like color scheme I have is like designed, but yeah, light blue, light yellow. You could also go with like darker colors potentially, you know, like a darker blue. I mean, you know, complementary technically says green, right? So you could do pink and green. Technically I think the opposite, yeah, opposite of pink is kind of like this sort of color, right? So yes, I'm doing market prep and my first thought was pink and light green. I mean, those are complementary, right? Like the like actual complementary colors. But pastels work really well together, right? Try a creamy color. Yeah, we could do that. I'm sure that would look good. Like sort of like an off-white, you mean? Kind of looks human-y. I'm doing fish tanks, so the gravel is light pink, and I need to pick out good colored sea creature to go with it. You should totes do a stream on color theory and stuff. I mean, that'd be cool. I'm down to do that. I mean, one of the things you can do is just like go to a color palette picker. You know, you could just scroll through one of these and find cool colors to go with whatever you're looking for. I think this is kind of what, you know, Thunder was talking about. You could do something kind of cool like that. A sort of like creamy color. Yeah. Pastels usually work pretty well with pink. But yeah, I recommend looking at a color palette thing. You can find some pretty cool ones. I should do like a color palette challenge thing. Go through one of these and just whatever. Doesn't pink turn to a blue from a negative? It should turn to green, but it depends on how the program negates stuff, negatifies things. In theory, it should be light green, if I'm not mistaken. It's in here. Adjustment. Where's negative? Hello? Invert. Yeah, it's like a teal. Oops. Oh, doesn't actually on. I don't think I selected that right. There we go. So that's the true opposite, but no, green is the opposite of red. But pink is kind of like, you know, closer to maybe like a magenta, so it's kind of like a tealy blue. It depends on, you know, like what color you're looking at. But yeah. Not to give like anyone epilepsy, sorry. But yeah, that's colors for you. But yeah, this is like your complementary color scheme technically, but I don't know. I always like, I'm not a huge fan of the, oops, like the blue, or not blue, the red green complementary colors. Maybe it's because Christmas is just like taking over those colors, but like, you know, red and green are cool together, but I don't know. I'm never like, yeah, red and green, heck yeah. I'm not hating on Christmas, I just don't find this super appealing. Because you got your, like if we're talking color schemes, or like complementary colors. Blue and orange is by far my favorite. Who would have thought? I always find it appealing, but it's because of Christmas. It's not like I dislike it, but I don't know. Oh, we're getting close to an ad. We are 1 minute away from an ad. And then we gotta figure out if we're gonna keep going or not. No question. Is your blue and orange just an aesthetic you like, or is it homage to home? It's just the aesthetic I like, really. I like the blue and orange. It's just I think that the color scheme is cool. Cool. Yeah. It's not like I didn't notice that though, right? And the cool thing is the like one of the parts of the so I like this shifted slightly. Like one of my favorite color schemes is how the old god looks, right? It's magenta and teal, and I think that looks a lot cooler than red and green, but it's still technically complementary colors. I don't know if these are exact complementary. I don't know if I could just like invert this and it looks right. It's not quite there, but it's close. This does though. So these are all also sort of complementary colors. The heckin' 90s purple teal, blue teal stripe design is peak right there. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we're hitting an ad. I'm gonna take, that's close, crazy. Yeah, right. Yeah, these flipped and they basically became these, which is funny. Kind of wild that this is green and blue. That's weird. That purple must be very it's a very like pink purple. So, all right, we're hitting an ad. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll keep working on something when I'm done. Probably. We'll see. We'll be back.
Randomness. It's what makes card games so interesting to play.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind like telling us what your favorite and least favorite part of playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there was a single thing I enjoyed.
My friend Kyle and I made a game in 2 weeks for a competition, and as you can tell, it didn't go very well. But what actually went wrong? To get into that, let's start from the beginning. As I've been trying to get into more game development communities, I found myself stumbling into the homemade trading card game Discord server. And the coolest part about this server is that it hosted game jams, something that I usually thought was reserved for video games. For the uninitiated, a game jam is a competition where you have a set amount of time to make a game. Then you are given a prompt or theme to follow. Once the allotted time is over, the game is judged and you see who wins. Kind of like a 24-hour film festival or a hackathon if you're familiar with one of those. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the development of our Game Jam entry for the May 2024 HTCG Land Jam, Armies Against Entropy. In preparation for this jam, I partnered up with my buddy Kyle. You may remember him from my first devlog of Soul. We made the original version together. Anyway, we decided the first thing to do was to look over the judging criteria, come up with a schedule, and divide up responsibilities. This all pretty much went out the window day one, so I don't know why I bothered telling you this, but let's get on with it. As I said, this jam was hosted by the homemade trading card game Discord community, and as with most jams, there was a theme to help keep everything fair and keep people from submitting projects they worked on for years or whatever. In this case, the theme was lands. For all you trading card game people, this was clearly very Magic the Gathering inspired. Upon hearing this, Kyle and I got a document together and started brainstorming ideas. This was pretty stream of consciousness, and we tried not to discount any ideas from the start. And while we didn't take all these ideas directly, a lot of them did help us come up with different mechanics for the game. So here's some of the ideas we came up with. Land is mana, basically like Magic the Gathering. I'll say this wasn't something we wanted to do, but it was worth putting out there because it's probably everyone's first thought. That said, our goal was to move away from this and defy any expectations. Land is a battle arena / cards you fight over. I'm pretty sure I've seen other games like this before. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen it. Basically, this would be a card that you play other cards on top of to battle. Then you get to claim the land if you succeed, which would then give you some sort of benefit or bring you closer to a win condition. A game like Stack Lands. The word lands made me think of the game Stack Lands. If you haven't played this game, I would definitely recommend it.
Yeah, if you're enjoying the video, please check it out on beatscreations.com, except it's not .com, it's the YouTube channel. It is also my website. I don't know why I always say that. But yeah, it's actually really interesting how some of these technically aren't exact complementaries. Like this is technically the wait, I didn't even copy. Did I copy that? No. Why is it not? Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer. I do this. Like technically these are complementary, and I like these colors way better together, honestly. That looks cooler to me. But yeah, anyway. There's our little impromptu color theory lesson. This is done, I think. Actually, I could do one last thing. We're gonna tweak the cloud layer a little bit, wherever that may be. Here. That's cool. Thanks for humoring me. Yeah, I mean, I like color theory. I like talking about it. I think it's a cool thing. Oops. What am I doing? Oh God. Okay. I will talk about color theory anytime. Okay, I think that's good. There we go. Fixed. And then I guess if I'm being really picky with myself, there is, where's the line art? Probably here. It's like a tiny little smidge of like a little thing. There we go. Okay, done. File, export. Nope, hold on. Turn off the border. File, export, PNG. Camp, save, save. Control S, done. Okay, we kind of got to decide if we're to keep going. I'm having fun, but at the same time, I feel like I should work on my video. And the only thing to work on my video is just incredibly, like, it would be incredibly boring to watch, if I'm being honest. I mean, I could, but it's, like, really not interesting content. And you'd just be hearing me listening to the same thing over and over again. Well, I mean, technically not. I can just have the desktop muted. I could. Let's start by just doing, or let's do this real quick, just because I don't want to forget about it. Let's re-import. I guess we didn't get that far with the we already imported. Oh no, we didn't do all the lands yet, did we? No, we didn't. Let's throw in all the lands into here. Graveyard we didn't touch. Mountain we didn't touch. Plains we didn't touch. River we didn't touch. Swamp we didn't touch. Tundra we did. It's just 3 of them. I would still watch. Okay. Well, fair enough. We'll do it then. I think I have something. I'll probably try to find like an After Effects work thing, so we could just do motion graphics. Because a lot of it's just like me opening a game, playing it for like 4 minutes, and then closing the game. Because it's like, okay, I needed that footage, or like me going online and searching for something and then, you know, doing that. So I think I have like a motion graphics thing I could do, and I think that would probably be the most interesting. Let's go into structures. What structures did we do? It was just do you ever stream video games? I have done it like once or twice, but typically no. I don't know. It doesn't interest me too much. I played Inscription on stream, which I think makes sense, right? It's kind of on brand. But a lot of games, like, I feel like it's hard to like talk to y'all and work at the same, or like, and play at the same time. Like, I tried playing Risk of Rain, but that's like, you know, I look over at chat and you're just dead, right? I don't know. I don't care for it. I would potentially do it for like collaboration stuff, right? But I don't think I would do it for anything else. Maybe every now and then, just like play some games, but I don't know. Anyway, let's Let's close some of this crap. We'll probably only go for one more, like, sort of commercial break here. Probably try to get out of here before the next commercial, because yeah, the next set of ads, I guess, is probably the better way to say it, but it functions like a commercial. We don't need any of this stuff. We can leave that up. We don't need this. Sure, we'll leave that. Ugh. Okay, sorry. Trying to wake up. Oh. Premiere Pro. I feel like doing video editing is maybe more interesting for people who are also editing, right? Like, because you can learn stuff. I don't know how interesting it would be for someone who is not doing that. I don't know, just interesting. Sneak preview on next video. Where is it? That's the question. I think it might be here. No. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I'll let you listen to what this says once, and then I'm not playing it ever again. So if you want to know what I'm working on, listen now. So basically, I talk about, honestly, I can't remember. Let's see what I talk about.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. And while a theme might not...
Okay, so the concept is we're talking about bottom-up and top-down game design, which, you know, one you're designing the mechanics and applying the theme, and the other ones you're doing the theme and then applying the mechanics, or basing the mechanics off of the theme. So yeah, I'm just doing a little graphics illustration of that. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that, but maybe you guys can give me some ideas. Oh, all my editing stuff. Yeah, they do match the 90s color scheme. That's just like the audio and video files. Those colors were chosen at random, so there was no intention there, but all right, we're just gonna set up here. I'm still trying to figure out what like the best view of this is. Maybe this is the best. You can't like I guess this with chat over. Oh god, no, I did not mean to make it bigger. Chat over here. Oh my god, chat over here. There you go. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this. We're gonna take this and the audio. This is just a spacer, it just tells me where this stuff is. Oh wait, sorry, didn't mean to have the audio like this. There we go. We are going to replace with After Effects composition, which basically sends it to After Effects. And now we can base our footage or whatever we're gonna do based on I'm dying. I'm dying of sleeps. We can base this on our whatever. I'm losing my words. You guys are just gonna have to deal with that. We're doing bonus content at this point. Bonus stream content. This is the price you pay for me going longer, is me being less interesting. These two concepts are down and top down. All right, so I say these two concepts are called bottom or top down and bottom up game design. So we'll have to have like two, like, it's disgustingly hot in the UK. It's pretty freaking hot here too, dude. It's like it's like 88 here. It was like close to 100 earlier in the week, or like last week. But would you say it's axolotl there? Huh? Huh? Sounds like a drinking game. What, how hot it is? Oh, bottoms up. I think it's, never mind, bottom up, I'm assuming is what you're talking about. Top down starts with the theme and mechanics, whereas top down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics. Whereas bottom up starts with the mechanics and then bottom up starts with a theme, applies the mechanics after. Applies the theme after. Sorry, other way around. Yes, the top down. Yeah, top down and then bottoms up. Yeah. Sorry. Here, I'll drink to that. Okay. Anyway, let's just get some text in here, I guess. Oh god, why is that nothing? It's because it's 16 point font. We need like at least 72. Top. Oh, it's tiny. Fill, we want it, I don't know, just make it black now. It is a pixel font. We want our normal font, which is Oxonium. We don't want it extra light. We want like bold. I drink coffee. Can't do the hard stuff no more. Keeps me out of trouble. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I've honestly never really drank that much. I will at like, you know, special occasions or like parties or whatever, but not like parties, but like, I don't know, like if I meet up with my friends or something, but that's hardly a thing. Whatever. I just never really have been into it. The bald has been unleashed. Relative levels of baldness. We're getting the hair back. Also, total alcohol is boring AF. I don't know, it just doesn't do anything for me. It just makes me feel crappy, honestly. I did bottom up. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily say it's boring. Like, it's fine when, at least for me, I have fun when, like, you know, me and friends get together and that kind of stuff, but, yeah, it just kind of makes me feel tired and crappy unless you're like really trying to go wild. It's just like whatever. But to each their own. Everyone is entitled to whatever they want to do. Believe it or not. This is America. Unless you're not in America, then this is wherever you are. Bean. Does mean plenty. Black out quick, but keep on partying. That's not great. Never blacked out, I'll tell you what. Yeah, it sounds like a coffee is a better alternative. Personally, I think it's if someone has to have alcohol to be with someone, there's an issue, Mayo. Yeah, for sure. It's not. Yeah, you don't have to. You know, you shouldn't need it to have fun. Hey Toots, 151 makes a hell of a night. I had issues for sure. Still do. Wait, still do, but had to. There you go. We all, you know, have something. My problem is that I'm socially inept and it helps me talk to people. I get that. I missed my dear Bean. He is quite the bean. He is the beaniest. How do we make this look cool? I know I'm like the one doing this, but how do we make it look good? I guess we could just set it up so it's like has a base of like just the animation, and then we make it look nice after. Probably. Then we also need to figure out what I'm doing to illustrate it. This is like the hardest part about like making a video, is just figuring out what the frick you're doing, you know? Missed you too, Toots, always. We always miss the Toots. Roll them with big bold letters. So like, I'm thinking of doing it something similar to it was my last armies video, I think, the bridge one. Shia LaBeouf gestured, just do it. The question is, what am I doing? Something similar to this. Sort of. Except not really. Something akin to that. So I think we'd probably go like this. These two concepts are down. I need just some sort of background here, otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. What do I talk about before this? Narrative and helping twice, and the necromancer gaining power when things don't. These two I am talking about my game, so I'm just gonna go ahead and throw and maybe I just do my armies font. Texturina? Nah, we'll stick with that. I'm feeling it more. At least for now. I can always change it later. You superimpose them onto cards? Maybe. it's just that kind of like style of thing. Then have them played on the screen. Doesn't quite fit what I'm like trying to talk about, I think. Let me just throw a background in here real quick. I'm kind of feeling just the old planes. The nice part about having your own art is that you can just use your own art, you know? It's kind of crazy like that. It's kind of crazy when you can use your own art as your own art. You know what I mean? This is way too big. Why am I making it this big? And then you do like a fast box blur, throw that on there, blur it a bit, throw the text on top. And then you got yourself a background. Honestly, I don't know if that's really what I want the background to be. I'm kind of thinking. Could have sworn I had like a different one. Maybe this. Yeah. Cool.
These two concepts are called down.
Now we're just going to keyframe the opacity to get these guys in. It's nice if you hit L. Is it LL? Yeah. It pops up with your waveform in After Effects, which is a nice thing.
These two concepts are called top down.
Called top down. So this we would want to be 0% here. Nope, wrong one. Put top down it on the top. Why not?
Down.
If you guys prefer I have the sound on, let me know, but I have the feeling that would just get annoying.
These two concepts are called top down.
You might even be able to hear it a little bit through my mic, but you will hear me going top down, bottom up game design, top down, top down, bottom up game, top down, bottom up game design. That will be what it sounds like. So you let me know. You let me know how much of a masochist you are. That was a weird thing to say, Beats. Good job, Beats. Being weird. I feel like the only problem with this though is like now we don't have text for like half the thing here. Maybe instead of fading in, we just do like a position thing. So it'll be like, we'll kind of do what we did with the things before that I was talking about. We'll do like, I guess we're gonna mess with position and scale instead. Top down, top to top. I think you're doing it right with keeping the video sound low. Okay, good. For me, it's like it doesn't matter because like you know, this is something I've done for my entire life. You know, it doesn't bother me to hear it over and over and over and over and over again, but I think for everyone else it would get very annoying.
Down.
Top down.
Down and bottom up. Down and bottom up.
We're gonna have to like make this look nicer, but bottom up, bottom up. How large should I get? Like 123? Hopefully y'all are having fun. Like I said, this isn't gonna be the most interesting thing ever.
These two concepts are called down and up.
I think if I just easy ease all this, just hit F9 to all this, it'll look a lot better.
Down and top down.
A little bit. No worries, I'm cooking sausage and eggs for the house. Nice. I know my Unleash the Bald has been up for a good number of minutes, but I kind of just don't care to put my hat back on right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
These two concepts are called down and top down starts with theme.
There we go. I like that better.
These two concepts are called down and bottom up. Top down starts with
I think here we have
top down.
we have
Down and bottom up. Top down.
we have this guy move. Actually, I guess we can move both of these. I just kind of want to do like one of these. I'm worried about this having enough
Down and top down
starts with a theme and applies the mechanics after. What can we use to illustrate theme and mechanics? I guess we could, we're talking about my game, so I guess we could show like the art and then like the mechanics for that art, right? Like we could do like the as we were talking about the like UI of a card. It probably needs to be a card that has some interesting mechanics on it, right? And this is like where I would probably start overthinking it and being like, well, it should be a card that I originally thought of the theme first and then applied the mechanics. But it's like, that's really not necessary. But honestly, a lot of these were designed in that way. It was like, oh, a necromancer. Okay, this is how the necromancer should work. I And it's always like, oh, do I get more repetitive, or like, do I be repetitive and like have, like, should I show the same card even though I just showed the card earlier, you know, that kind of thing. All right, everyone vote. What card should I use? Don't say one I don't want to use. No pressure. Probably one of the heroes. Probably one with text on the card. Warrior could be decent. It's kind of like the card, whatever. Or Druid. I do like Druid. I'm partial to Druid. Sure, we'll do Druid. Good call, everyone. Just being sassy now. I honestly probably should just choose something that has good art without the Ooh, actually, I think Thunder may have been sort of saying this, but I think this is a cool idea where we can have like, it's like, here's the art and here's the mechanics, and then we can have them like split or like form together. I think that'd be kind of cool. That'd be a cool thing to do. Player cards. Let's look at a hero card that looks relatively good without this one looks fine. Yeah. Necromancer also looks decent. I forgot I did that. Well, not really, but yeah, honestly, Druid's pretty good. We'll roll with Druid. A stack of different cards for the spreadsheet. So here's my thought. My thought is we do, I'll show you. You kind of maybe inadvertently gave me the idea, whether it was your idea or whether it was your intention or not. So what we can do, we can take this card and we can remove the card art, and then we can download it. Hit it up as you please. Glad to help. Yeah, some ideas are, it's good to get ideas, whether they end up being something you use or not, because they definitely help in figuring stuff out, right? Brainstorming is very important. It's like the whole there are no bad ideas thing, but in that sort of sense, that is true, you know? So we're gonna do, open up a third Adobe program. Let me know if it starts lagging, because I'm streaming and have 3 Adobe programs open. I mean, I'm a pretty good computer, but still. So what I can do, we're gonna remove the background and then save it. Still can't believe our laugh emote hasn't approved. It's wild to me. I'd get plenty of bad ideas. Yeah, it's like one of those things like there are no bad ideas, and I'm like, that's kind of untrue, but I think I think the sentiment, right, is that ideas can be even bad ideas can lead to good ideas, right? That's the idea behind that. The chance that the scale on this is completely different. High. We also have a little bit of bleed of... Hold on. Control-Shift-E, which is a shortcut key I made for expand. Actually, let's do 2 pixels. Delete that, then save it. I didn't actually need to delete this here. That's okay. Really? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was gonna say, it still looks wrong. It just took a second. So the idea is... we kind of form the card. I don't like how the edges aren't rounded though. For some reason that bothers me. Is there a round edges? Edges. So roughen edges. Bevel edges, maybe? Oh, that's not it. Not what we want. I guess we could just go like we could do this. Beautiful. Pays to know how the program works, you know? And that's why I don't want to stop using After Effects, because I know what I'm doing. All right, so here's the plan. So we want to do... Right, this will be like this. Oops. Let's put them where they're gonna end up. Is this centered? Wrong thing. I really need to figure out how to put guides in whatever. This is actually too big. Bigger than it's supposed to be. I believe. Okay. Okay, this is where it should be. The animation should be done. And then it should swoop. Oh, both these should just swoop off. Okay, and then both these are gonna be, one's gonna be here and one's gonna be here. My brain's starting to get mushified.
Whereas
okay, I understand what I'm doing now. This goes here, this goes here. I'm like working in reverse, and that's just like not working for my brain right now. This goes here. This goes down here. You guys still with me?
Whereas
yeah, mostly. All right, here, I'll let you listen to it for a second. So you can kind of understand what I'm doing.
These two concepts.
Oh God,
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then
it'll be like the opposite there. I'm lurking cleaning eggs, but yeah, that's the.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics.
Only do like smoother motion, but that's how it's looking and sounding together. Yep, see it coming together. You see the vision now. All right, back to music. This is the other like song that goes hard, in my opinion. Probably just doing easy ease on all these, which basically the way to think about it is rather than having like a straight line, you make it like a parabolic. You break your wrist. You make a parabolic curve, right? So it's, or some sort of curve to smooth out the motion.
Whereas
I think I do want these to slide in though.
These two concepts.
We want position, and swoop these on out of here. We can also add motion blur at the end. It just doesn't make sense to do it before the end because it gets really laggy if you use motion blur.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics.
This actually could probably be a little quicker.
Top-down starts with a theme. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas top-down starts with top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts. Top-down starts with a theme and
Me inside the side you are talking about and have the art in the first one bigger than the mechanics and the mechanics larger than the second animation. Have them shrink into place. That is a bad lurker as I am. I think I was thinking about having like an arrow right in the middle potentially. Emphasize the side you are talking about. Have the art in the first one bigger. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I was thinking an arrow, but that could also work. We'll maybe try that. I'm gonna get all these in here first, but or a glow around them. Ooh, okay. That'd be easier to do than doing more keyframe animations, but I'm staring at images of hyperbolic parabolas for no reason. Is it because I said hyperbolic parabola? Parabolic? Yeah, you can see, so like just for instance, like you can see the motion graph on these guys. This is probably more interesting. So this is how like they're all moving with the different keyframes. That's kind of what I mean. Whereas like if you didn't have it, it would just be a straight line. It wouldn't be curved. Anyway. I just googled hyperboloid, paraboloid, and now I'm just staring at an image of it while I'm eating my burger. Burger. I think we're gonna take bottom up and go like this and just replace it. Doing these, so top down, bottom up. We'll go, I guess we can just grab both of these and swoop it. Do the old swoop, you know what I mean? These two concepts are called down and up. Top down starts. Top down. I don't want the scale to be. These two concepts are called down and top down starts with B. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Whereas no, wait, no. You don't want that to slowly slide out of frame. Why did it do that? Top down should stay until here. There we go. Whereas bottom up starts with what do you think? Do I do a different card and just, or do I just have the same card and have the order reversed? That was the idea, right? At least to start that, and we can maybe do some sort of effect to emphasize it, but what are our thoughts? Do we do a new card? What illustrates the point better? If we swap what the card looks like or just swap how it works? I feel like just swapping what it looks like, swapping the order, because then you don't get confused at the type of card. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. Sorry, I missed the question. The idea is like, do I do a separate card? Like, do I do a different card art and different you know, do I do a different card for the second example for top or bottom up, or do I just leave it the same and just swap the order so it like that makes more sense, right? This is like the kind of decision where it doesn't really matter, but like I still think about it anyway. It's easier to not use a different card because then I don't have to like separate the background and all that kind of stuff, but if you want to show some cards are made the other way, one way than others, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's true. Honestly, most of them I think have started with a theme and then applied the other way around. There's not a whole heck of a lot of... Which ones, like, did I do mechanics first? Nope. We're gonna hit an ad. I say second card. Okay. Well, you guys have suckered me into working longer. Because I'll probably just keep going. At this point, I'm at least gonna finish this. We're gonna hit an ad in 3 minutes. I'm trying to think of a card. It really doesn't matter. Like, no one will ever know that it's like, oh, I thought of this and then did the mechanics after. Like, maybe library was... No, library was definitely the other way. It's not very often. I mean, maybe like divination. Divination, I think we came up with a concept and then drew the card. I think. Divination looks cool too, so why not? YOLO, right? Shmeep. Okay. We can, in theory, just duplicate. We can. We'll just. Yeah, hold on. Divination. 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 No, 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 no. Divination. Guys, I've lost it. I'm losing it. The descent begins. Hey Bean, can you mail me a burger? Can you send one my way? That sounds yummy, you know? Why is it so much smaller? 41.5. Why is the scale off? It doesn't make sense. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong layer. Huh. Good work, Beats. You dingus. Okay, don't mind me. Okay. No, why not? Just for that, I'm gonna have an ad break. And it's all your fault.
Randomness. It's what makes...
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind like telling us what your favorite and least favorite
about what you've
done? We wanted this game to be cooperative. We thought that it would work better for this sort of format and something more unique that we could bring to this jam. Kyle had work, so before starting this game in earnest, we did a bit of brainstorming and tried to expand upon this idea in the meantime. Here are the thoughts we came up with. The game was going to have one resource. While Stacklands or other resource management games usually have many resources to manage, we wanted to take a simpler approach. This is partly because we want the scope to be smaller, but also because we want the game to be as simple as possible. While a video game like Stacklands might be able to manage having players deal with nitty-gritty resources, a real physical card game doesn't really lend itself to that and can end up bogging the game down. To go along with this, we decided land would generate units. These units acted as both health and damage when placed onto cards. We had debated on whether or not these units would be different types of creatures and had different effects based on what generated them, having different lands generate different units, but we figured in the end this would make the game much more cluttered despite maybe sounding more interesting. So we ended up keeping the units basic and allowed the card to change the unit's functionality. For example, the idea behind it was like sending a peasant to a castle makes them a knight. We also decided units would be represented by tokens rather than cards. Originally I was opposed to this idea, seeing we were trying to make it like a trading card game, but then I looked at Magic and was like, oh, right. Anyway, more on units in a bit. We also decided there would be 5 types of cards: gods, heroes, structures, lands, and spells. Spells we didn't include in the first version as it didn't seem necessary for our minimum viable product, but we got them in later in the development. Our last thought was that maybe this game could either be played as a co-op game or a dueling game. We decided to test the dueling game first because we didn't really need to make a monster deck and we could just jump right into playtesting. It being the weekend and finally having all our ideas together, Kyle and I met up on Discord and quickly put together a player deck. We used a lot of placeholder stuff like random fictional hero names and random structure ideas. Then once we got it all together, we sat down and played the game. And unfortunately, it sucked. It wasn't fun at all due to the game basically being made in such a way that whoever went first would always be the winner. We really didn't want this to be a dueling game anyway, so we pretty much gave up on that idea and decided to start making a monster deck. So in that vein, we started working on the mechanics for the evil deck, and here's what we came up with. The evil deck would have similar types of cards: monsters, which were just heroes renamed, structures, lands, and spells, and then what we were tentatively calling demons, which were the opposite of gods. However, to keep this from getting too confusing, I'm going to call them by their final names, which were the old gods instead of demons. Secondly, rather than having units, monsters would have a set power level, along with an attack order. This meant we didn't have to make any decisions allocating units or deciding who they attack on their turn. The cards essentially play themselves. And lastly, we wanted some sort of conquest mechanic. One of our ideas for this was to have reversible cards. As you defeat an evil card, it would flip and then become yours. However, we decided to start simple and just have it so the cards granted bonuses on the evil card's death. So one of the things I didn't mention is from the time we sat down around 7-ish, we had a playtestable game around 11. That includes making the players only version and the monster version and playtesting both. This was possible because of a few tools: Google Sheets, Dexterous, and Tabletop Simulator. Google Sheets allowing us to make spreadsheets for our cards, Dexterous being able to interpolate that information into cards, and then seamlessly importing it into Tabletop Simulator. I'll probably be making a video on that at some point, but I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out if you're making your own game. And because these tools were available to us, we were able to make a fully playtestable version in 4 hours. And the crazy part about it is that it was fun. We were already seeing the game taking shape, the game felt cool, and the interactions and synergies of the cards were already coming together. We were just having a good time playing. So now that the game was functioning, let's actually explain how the game works rather than just talking in vague terms. First, the players would select a god. The gods act as a sort of passive bonus along with being your lose condition. If your god dies, you lose the game. You also choose your opponent's old god to serve as the difficulty of the game. Then players would draw cards from their deck, and that's basically the...
Then I watch you draw a tasty burger. Not me, says Bean. As he lies through his teeth. Could definitely go for a burger. I know, right? Burger good. Liar, says Toot. It's true. Very much lies. Putting my slippers on. Can't stop me. Okay. You lie. You lie. Bean, there's literally photographic evidence. I'm just like waiting to look at it, and you deleted it from the server. Before he deletes it. There it is. Borgor. Borgor. Num 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 num. Bean. Bean burger. Bean. Your photograph, I got evidence. Bean, I'll fight you. Meet me at the flagpole at 6 o'clock and we'll fight. I think I'm gonna stand. I won't stand for this. Bring it. Guys, who do you think would win in a fight, me or Bean? Is this who I'm fighting? The white shirt, t-shirt has me feeling a certain way. I would never buy this, but because I usually don't, I'm not really a white t-shirt kind of guy, but it was my brother's wife got it for my brother, but it was too small, and so now it fits me. So, or it fits me. So, I think you guys would start fighting and end up hugging instead. I don't think we would fight even in the first place. I'm not a fighter. Ugh. I ain't no fighter. All right, we gotta do this again. Delete the card art. Download the card. Undo deleting the card art. Nope, stop. Go to Photoshop, go to my downloads, copy my downloads, put it in the correct folder. God, I have too many folders. At least I'm organized, I suppose. Open this in a new thing, select the background, expand our selection, expand by 2, delete it, save it, pop it, twist it. Old slappies. I just wouldn't go. Aw, you wouldn't want to see me? Old slappies is my sidekick name, you know. I'm sorry I went MIA for a second. I was on training call. You're good. If Beast wants to fight me, I guess I'll have to bin this drawing I made of Beats as a wizard. Huh? Did you make a Beats as a wizard drawing? Wait, who's slapping who? Me and Bean were gonna fight, but then we both decided we're not fighters, is basically what it turned out to be. Bean, do you really draw me as a wizard? You're a wizard. I didn't. Oh, okay. Strongly consider changing my username to Little Slappies. That would be pretty good too. I mean, I didn't say I was a fighter. I wasn't a fighter. Bean, we all know you're a lover. Of the two categories, you are a lover and not a fighter. That's all I'm saying. Bean and Beats are gonna slap it out. at the flagpole when school's out. He wants to marry me. Keep dreaming, Bean. I don't know. Somebody just say things. Leaves. Solid idea of a slap fest. It's giving side effects of sugar vibes. Ooh, true. Come on. Meow. Yes, hello, my love. You're like, why haven't you eaten lunch yet? You should be hungry. No one knows what side effects of sugar is, Fig, but fair. There's a show where a kid's drawing comes to life. Bean is a good level food artist. True. It's pretty well documented what the side effects of sugar are. True. You don't know. You don't know what you don't know what Fig's referencing, and I don't think you will. Maybe at some point I'll show you guys, but ooh, this is askew. Why is this askew? It's just like too old of a Beats thing to show. Okay, the problem is these need to be flip-flopped. Oh, cringe. Maybe we can just do this. Does this work? There's like a 98,000% chance this doesn't work, but we're gonna give it the old college try. Oh wow, it actually works. Sort of. The positioning on I typed askew into Google. Okay. And Bean sits outside most circles of information and knowledge, and particularly references to things. What the hell? It's what? Oh, you're telling me to do. I think I did. It makes Google all askew, right? Oh yeah, look at that. Does Zerg Rush still work? Oh, you can go into the Google Easter egg thing. Take me to the Easter egg. And you can like click on the things. You have to click on them to kill them. No, they're killing my base. They're killing my base. No, they're killing. Oh, there's more of them. Oh god. Oh no. You can't even see this that well. Full display. You gotta kill the little O's before they destroy your entire... Destroy everything. Anyway. And yes, I did draw you as a wizard, but on that note, I gotta bounce. See you later. You're just gonna say that and leave? That's wild. Goodbye, Bean. You'll be missed. That's wild. I don't even know how to respond to that. You just dropped that information and left, you know? Well, Bean, thank you for thinking of me, and I always appreciate having you here. So you have a wonderful rest of your day. Fare thee well. I will now forever wonder what that looks like. Thanks, Bean. I was expecting to see it, but I'm assuming he's not done with it. Or something. Unless I'm missing something. I'm not. He's just gonna tease us like that, you know? Okay. Okay, we're getting close to being at least done enough with this that it's good, you know?
These two concepts are called down and bottom up. Top down starts with the theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom up starts with the mechanics and applies the
Oh. I remember why these are slightly askew.
Bottom up starts with the mechanics.
So all these two keyframes need to go like
starts with the mechanics. These two.
Okay. So we need
Bottom up starts with the mechanics.
we'll start here. Starts with okay, mechanics jumps in first. These both to like here, and then we'll move. I think it's this one. I don't know. Yeah.
Bottom up starts with the mechanics. These two concepts are called top down.
It sounds like there's another Beats in the room over. Yeah, it's just you hearing me in the mic. It's better than you hearing the desktop audio repeat over and over and over again, I would assume, but
Up starts with the mechanics. These two concepts are called top down and bottom up. Top down starts with the theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom up starts with the mechanics. These two
I think that's understandable enough without doing like a glow or something, right? I think it's a good idea, but I don't know if it's 100% necessary because just the order makes perfect sense. You guys want to listen to it one more time, and then maybe I'll make the font look nicer, and then it's a tiny cartoon, sentient cartoon Beats locked in a box under the desk, probably true. Well, ladies and gents, later days. I have to get the day going. All right, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Fare thee well. I say stopping by. You've been here like the whole time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, dude. You have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay, we'll show this with sound now. Oops, I'm just adjusting the background. There we go. Pausing the music for half a sec. Are we actually like... This is the last song in the playlist. We're gonna have to go back to the beginning. Anyway. You've somehow convinced me to do 4.5 hours.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. These two concepts are...
What do we think? Good? Bad? I think just the font could be a little more interesting, but other than that, I think we're good. Do we like it? Do we hate it? Mini music. I'm like, why is it quiet all of a sudden? I dig it. Okay, cool. Honestly, it doesn't need to be much more crazy. It's like if I'm doing much more, it's like just it's more than I need to do, right? I don't need to go crazy with it. Okay, let's just change the font. I think I am gonna go with the Texturia or whatever it's called, which is my Texturia, that's it. Got it. Maybe even go full. It does get a little bit weird as far as, no, we'll just do, oops. We'll do semi-bold. Really? What? Huh? Why you do this? Medium. Why is some of these fonts doing this? Oh, okay. You know what? It's fine. Let's just do bold, I guess, because it worked. Some of these are gonna overlap, aren't they? This is why I should have actually picked the font first. Just gonna have to scale it down a smidge. Well, let's do this, the color first. We want, I have a color I want in mind. It's gonna be this color. The armies against entropy color thing. And then we do a black stroke. And then we'll have to do like maybe 100 size font. No, it's too small. 115. 120. Cool. And then we do the same to this. This color. Okay. Stroke. Crap. It was 10. Under 10. Does that look the same? Yes. Sort of. This should be 120. Okay.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. These two concepts.
Okay, I think I want to do like a desaturate on the background. Brightness, contrast. Like maybe a bit darker and a bit desaturated.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas
not like 100% sold on the text, but I guess it works.
These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after.
This is where we like to call it, I think it matches the vibe, yeah. I think this is where we like to call it good enough because, you know, it's one of those things you could work on for forever for literally no reason. And people, it's like, you know, 2 seconds long. So it's like, that's probably more than that. That's actually 10 seconds long. Still. 10 seconds of an 11-minute video. I don't think it needs to be like crazy, insane, whatever. But yeah, thank you. I think it matches the vibe. Cool. I concur with you. So let's render that out, put it in the thing, and then I think we're going to be done because I got other stuff to do. Isn't it great to have a good computer that can render something like that and freaking less time it takes to watch it? Not trying to brag, but you know. Having a nice computer is nice. It's worth all the money.
They're gaining power when things die. These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies the theme after. And while a theme might not be...
There you go. Yeah, I gotta eat. For sure. I did not eat lunch and it's 2 hours past my lunch. Granted, I did have a protein bar, which did help, but definitely past my lunchtime. Anyway, let's find someone to raid. I'm gonna go to my full camera display. Pop that bad boy back on, because why not? And then we're gonna find someone to raid. Do we have anyone cool that we know that's doing anything? Anyone streaming? I mean, there are cool people streaming, but the question is, do we try to find more new people, or do we raid someone we already know? Always the question. We'll be looking at TCG people real quick. Why not? Because we do that. But I'm not seeing anyone making their own TCG. Which surprisingly we found someone the other day. That was kind of cool. Someone playing Path of Exile that is not a TCG, from what I understand. To be fair, I never change my tags, so I can't even say anything. But art, find art people maybe. We either do art or like game dev. I'm not sure if anyone has any preferences. This person's drawing a pretty sick dragon fantasy thing. We only got 12 viewers. I say only. We're gonna do this. We're not gonna idle too much. This seems cool. The art looks cool. Looks D&D-esque. So we're gonna do that. Art peeps and game dev. Just both. No. We're just gonna do this. Seems cool. Some sort of art commission. Why not? YOLO. Worst case we die, right? Oh, unavailable to start raid. Classic. That's annoying. Was it just broken? Did they stop streaming? Should we try one more time? Yeah, it just doesn't work. Okay, their raids are turned off or something. So never mind. Guys, I was decisive for once. I was like, you know what? This looks cool. Let's do this. And then maybe if they hit an ad break, they can't get raided or something. No, you can turn off raids so like people can't raid you. I don't know why exactly people would do that, but people do it. Dagnabbit. You know what? I'm gonna raid this guy again. I think I've raided him once or twice before, but his art's like super pretty and it's cool. So let's just go for it. I don't feel like dawdling around. All right, this guy does like D&D art, and it's super beautiful and very like I don't even know, like it looks like on old timey paper and stuff like that. It's very cool. But yeah, we'll rate him. His art's super nice. So, all right, y'all. I will see you all on Wednesday. I don't know what we're doing, but probably more of the same, unless I can find a way to do more play testing. So, all right, I will see you all on. Goodbye, Needle B. Goodbye, my friend. My deepest of toots. You all have a wonderful rest of your day and the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that. Anyway, and I'll give you more days after that if you join my stream on Wednesday. Anyway, love y'all. Bye.